Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The frost came to London in late November, like an uninvited guest who intended to stay. It settled over Baker Street with a particular determination, coating the cobblestones in a glaze that caught the gaslight and held it, transforming the familiar thoroughfare into something that belonged more to a fairy story than to the beating heart of the Empire's greatest city. The air tasted of coal smoke and coming snow, that peculiar metallic brightness that makes one's breath visible and one's thoughts somehow sharper, as if the cold itself demanded clarity. Inside 221B Baker Street, the fire in the hearth fought its nightly battle against the chill seeping through the window panes. The flames cast dancing shadows across the walls, across the chemistry apparatus that cluttered one corner, across the violin resting in its case like a sleeping thing. Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite chair, long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, grey eyes fixed on something invisible to anyone else. The architecture of a problem, perhaps, or the scaffolding of a deduction not yet complete. He had been still for the better part of an hour, so motionless that Dr. John Watson had ceased glancing up from his newspaper, accepting his friend's statuesque contemplation as one accepts the ticking of a clock. Victorian London in winter possessed a particular quality of quiet, a muffling that came not just from fog or frost, but from the city itself drawing inward, conserving its energies for the demands of commerce and survival that would resume with dawn. The great metropolis, home to millions, to the engines of empire and the wheels of industry, to ambition and desperation in equal measure. Even it needed to breathe. Even it paused, however briefly, between the relentless beats of its iron heart. The knock at the door came at 8:30, sharp and official. Watson set down his paper with the faint rustle of cheap newsprint. Holmes's eyes opened fully, though whether they had truly been closed was a question Watson had long since ceased attempting to answer. "Lestrade," Holmes said without moving. "Agitated, I should think. Walking quickly. You can hear the rhythm of it even through Mrs. Hudson's carpeting." He paused at the bottom of the stairs, gathering himself. Official business then, but something that unsettles him personally. Watson had learned years ago not to ask how Holmes knew these things. The detective's ability to extract information from the most mundane sensory data was no longer surprising, merely accepted, like the fact that winter brought frost and politicians brought disappointment. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, patient and measured, followed by the heavier tread of boots on the 17 steps. Inspector Lestrade entered as he usually did, with the air of a man who knew he was stepping into a realm where the normal rules of investigation bent into unfamiliar shapes, but who came anyway because pride mattered less than results. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Lestrade said, removing his hat. Melting frost clung to the brim, and his nose and cheeks carried the high colour of a man who had been walking in bitter cold. "I apologise for the late hour." "You apologise," Holmes observed, "which means you need something you cannot obtain through official channels. Sit down, Lestrade. You're letting the cold in, and Mrs. Hudson will have opinions about the puddle forming at your feet." Lestrade managed a thin smile and settled into the chair Watson indicated. He was a lean man, ferret-quick and sharp-featured, with the kind of practical intelligence that served Scotland Yard well in 9 cases out of 10. The 10th case, the one that defied practical intelligence, generally brought him to Baker Street. "It's a peculiar matter," Lestrade began, accepting the brandy Watson poured with a grateful nod. "Started a week ago. Sir Edmund Cartwright received a letter." "Sir Edmund of the Bank of England?" Watson interjected. "I've read about him. Pillar of respectability, charitable works, all that." "The very same," Lestrade confirmed. "He brought the letter to the Yard himself, quite shaken. Said he'd received correspondence of a threatening nature." Holmes's expression shifted, a flicker of interest crossing his features like wind across water. "Threatening letters are hardly uncommon, Inspector. Wealthy men accumulate enemies as readily as they accumulate capital. What makes this particular?" Lestrade reached into his coat and withdrew a folded packet wrapped in brown paper. He unwrapped it with obvious distaste, as if the contents might somehow contaminate him through proximity alone. What he placed on the table between them was not the crisp, cream-coloured stationery of polite correspondence. The parchment, for it was parchment, not paper, was crude, rough-edged, the colour of old bone. The writing upon it appeared to have been done with something thick and black, possibly charcoal, in a hand that was either deliberately crude or genuinely unskilled. But it was not the writing that made Watson inhale sharply. The edges of the parchment bore marks, deep gouges that might have been made by claws. 4 parallel scratches, repeated at intervals around the border, each one pressed deep enough into the material to create shadows in the firelight. And in the centre, above the writing, someone had drawn or burned an image. Horned figure, hunched and bestial, with a grotesquely lolling tongue and eyes that were simply black voids in the parchment. Good Lord, Watson breathed. Holmes leaned forward, and for the first time that evening his stillness transformed into focused movement. He did not touch the parchment immediately, but circled it with his gaze, taking in every detail with the methodical attention of a cartographer mapping unknown territory. The writing, when one could bring oneself to look past the image, read, "You have sinned. Confess before the bells ring. The Krampus knows your deeds. Chains await the unrepentant." German folklore, Holmes murmured, or more precisely Alpine, the Krampus, companion to St. Nicholas in certain traditions. Where Santa Claus brings gifts to good children, the Krampus comes for the wicked. Chains, birch rods, and in some versions of the tale, a basket to carry away the irredeemable. Fascinating that such traditions persist in an age of steam engines and telegraphs. "You know of this creature?" Lestrade asked, his practical policeman's mind clearly struggling with the intersection of folklore and criminal investigation. "I know of many things, Inspector. The question is not what I know of mythology, but what bearing it has on Sir Edmund Cartwright." Holmes finally lifted the parchment, holding it to the light, his nose nearly touching the surface. The parchment is genuine vellum, old but not ancient. Eastern European in origin, I should say. The preparation method differs from English vellum. The charcoal is common enough but applied with deliberate pressure. The claw marks, he ran his finger along one of the gouges, not made by any animal claw, but by a tool designed to mimic one. Steel, probably, shaped and sharpened for this specific purpose. Sir Edmund refused to elaborate on what sins he might be meant to confess, Lestrade said, became quite agitated when pressed, said only that it was absurd, that he had nothing on his conscience beyond the usual failings of mortal men. "The usual failings?" Holmes repeated, a sardonic note entering his voice. That convenient phrase that covers everything from a sharp word to one's wife to participation in activities that would scandalise one's club. "When did the second incident occur?" Lestrade blinked. "How did you know there was a second?" "Because you are here, Inspector. One threatening letter to a prominent banker might be dismissed as the work of a crank. 2 would establish a pattern. 3 would constitute a crisis. At which number have we arrived?" 2, Lestrade admitted, though the second is more disturbing. He produced another wrapped packet. This parchment bore the same crude marks, the same demonic imagery, the same charcoal script demanding confession. But when Lestrade set it on the table, something else clinked against the wood. A length of iron chain, no longer than Watson's hand, each link heavy and old. The metal was pitted with rust and age, but the links had been broken, sheared through as if by tremendous force, and at several points along its length the iron bore scorch marks, black and deep, as if it had been held in flame. "This," Lestrade said quietly, "was found on the doorstep of the Pembroke residence in Kensington, along with the letter, and—" he paused, clearly uncomfortable, "and there were marks, outside the drawing-room window, in the frost." "Marks?" Watson prompted when the inspector seemed disinclined to continue. "Hoofprints, Doctor, scorched into the ground, as if something stood there, something that burned." The fire popped in the hearth, a small explosion of sparks that made all 3 men glance toward it. When Watson looked back at Holmes, he found his friend's expression had shifted into something difficult to read. Not scepticism, precisely, but a kind of intense calculation. "You suspect a theatrical criminal," Holmes said. It was not a question. Someone using folklore and superstition to terrify wealthy families, likely as prelude to extortion. That's the official theory, Lestrade agreed. But Mr. Holmes, I've seen threats before. I've seen attempts to frighten. This is... He gestured helplessly at the parchments, at the chain. This is something else. The families are genuinely terrified. Not affronted, not angry, terrified. And they won't explain why. Holmes rose and moved to the window, looking out at Baker Street, where the frost turned everything to silver and shadow. When he spoke, his voice carried the particular tone it took when he was thinking aloud, following threads only he could see. Two families, both prominent, both receiving identical threats referencing Alpine folklore, both refusing to elaborate on potential sins, both experiencing theatrical visits that leave physical evidence of supernatural visitation. The psychology is consistent with blackmail, but the methodology is far more elaborate than simple extortion would require. He turned back to the room. You said the Pembroke letter was found this morning? Yes, the household was in chaos when I arrived. And Sir Edmund's letter? 5 days ago. A pattern then. Escalation. The first letter as warning, the second as proof of capability, shall we say. Holmes returned to his chair, his movements precise and deliberate. Inspector, I will need access to both households. I wish to interview the families privately, examine the premises, and most particularly, I wish to understand what connection these two families share beyond wealth and respectability. I can arrange that, Lestrade said, relief evident in his voice. Tomorrow morning. First light. Watson, I trust you're available. Watson, who had been studying the grotesque image on the parchment with the particular attention of a man trained in the realities of human anatomy, and therefore deeply sceptical of demonic ones, looked up. Of course, though I must say, Holmes, this seems remarkably elaborate for simple blackmail. Indeed it does, Watson, which suggests that either our criminal is theatrical to the point of obsession or... Holmes picked up the broken chain, letting it dangle from his fingers. The metal caught the firelight, and for a moment the scorch mark seemed almost to glow. Or what they seek is not money at all, but something far more valuable and far more terrible. Confession, acknowledgement, the exposure of buried sins. Revenge, you mean? Lestrade said. Perhaps. Or justice, depending on one's perspective. The line between the two is often thinner than we care to admit. Holmes set down the chain with a deliberate care that made it clear he found the object significant. Tell me, Inspector, have either of the families mentioned any connection to Alpine regions? Travel, perhaps, or business dealings? Lestrade frowned, thinking. Not that they've said. Though now that you mention it, there was a painting in the Pembroke entrance hall. Mountain scene. Very dramatic. Swiss Alps, I think, or Austrian. Interesting. Holmes's eyes had gone distant again, assembling pieces of a puzzle Watson could not yet see. Very interesting indeed. After Lestrade departed, clutching promises of cooperation, and carrying with him a sense of relief at having handed the problem to someone else, Watson remained in his chair, watching his friend. Holmes had retrieved his violin and was tuning it with the meticulous attention he brought to everything, though Watson knew the instrument was already in perfect tune. It was thinking music that Holmes wanted, the kind that came from drawing bow across string in patterns that made sense only to him. You're troubled, Watson observed. Intrigued, Holmes corrected, beginning a slow, minor-key melody that seemed to match the frost-covered night outside. There is a story here, Watson. An old story, I think. Something that happened in the mountains, perhaps years ago. Something that 3 families, for I suspect we will hear of a third before long, have kept buried. You think the threat is real? Not supernatural, of course, but genuinely dangerous. All threats are real, my dear fellow, regardless of their origin. Fear is a weapon as sharp as any blade. Holmes paused in his playing. But yes, I think whoever is behind this means to do more than simply frighten. The question is whether they seek to harm the body or the soul, and whether perhaps the sins they reference are real enough to warrant such elaborate pursuit. But Krampus, Holmes, devil figures and chains and scorched hoofprints, it's the stuff of children's nightmares, not criminal investigation. Holmes smiled, a thin expression that held no warmth. The most effective weapons, Watson, are those we believe cannot hurt us. Folklore is dismissed as superstition by rational men, which makes it the perfect disguise for very rational malice. our perpetrator understands something profound about human nature, that we are most vulnerable to the things we claim not to fear. The violin resumed its melancholy song, and Watson settled back with his brandy, watching the fire burn low. Outside, the frost continued its patient work, transforming London into something strange and unfamiliar. Somewhere in that vast city, families huddled behind locked doors, waiting for the next letter, the next visitation, waiting for a creature from Alpine legend to demand their confessions. And in Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes played music for ghosts and puzzles, his mind already walking through mountain passes Watson had never seen, following trails of old sins and older justice toward a truth that wore the face of a demon. The bells of some distant church marked 9 o'clock, their sound muffled by the cold. Watson found himself counting them, remembering the words on the parchment. "Confess before the bells ring." Which bells, he wondered? And when they rang, what darkness would they summon? Tomorrow would bring answers, perhaps. Tonight brought only questions, and the slow accumulation of frost on glass, and the particular quality of silence that settles over a city holding its breath. The morning came to London reluctantly, as if the sun itself had grown weary of piercing the perpetual veil of coal smoke and fog that hung over the city like a shroud. Watson woke to the sound of Mrs. Hudson moving about downstairs, the familiar percussion of teacups and kettle that marked the beginning of every day at Baker Street. Through the window he could see that the frost had not relented overnight, but had instead thickened, transforming the street into a landscape of white and grey, where even the most familiar landmarks took on an otherworldly quality. Holmes was already awake, of course. Watson found him in the sitting-room, fully dressed, examining the parchments from the previous evening with a magnifying glass held so close to the surface that his breath created small clouds of condensation on the vellum. The fire had been built up, and the room held a pleasant warmth that contrasted sharply with a bitter cold pressing against the windows. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "Mrs. Hudson has been kind enough to prepare breakfast, though I suspect you'll have more appetite for it than I. We have precisely 40 minutes before Lestrade arrives with the carriage." Watson poured himself tea from the service Mrs. Hudson had left, noting that Holmes's cup sat untouched, the liquid gone cold. "You've been at this all night?" Sleep seemed redundant when the mind was otherwise engaged. Holmes finally set down the magnifying glass and turned to face his friend. In the morning light, Watson could see the faint shadows beneath his eyes, the particular intensity that came when a case had caught his full attention. "I've been considering the nature of confession, Watson. It's a fascinating concept, really. The Catholic Church built an entire sacrament around it. The idea that speaking one's sins aloud to another person, even through the screen of the confessional, somehow cleanses the soul. Holmes, surely you're not suggesting—" "I'm suggesting that whoever wrote these letters understands the power of enforced remembrance. They are not merely threatening their victims. They are demanding that buried things be brought to light, that what has been forgotten, or pretended to be forgotten, must be acknowledged." He gestured to the parchments. "This is not the language of simple extortion. There is a moral dimension here, Watson, a sense of cosmic justice being enacted." Watson bit into a piece of toast, considering. "You think the sender believes themselves to be an agent of divine retribution? Or diabolical retribution, given the imagery? Though the distinction, I suspect, matters less than the conviction behind it." Holmes finally reached for his tea, grimaced at its coldness, and set it down again. "The question that occupied me through the small hours is this. What sin could be so terrible that it would warrant this elaborate performance? What could prominent families have done that haunts them still, years later, and leaves them terrified enough to refuse cooperation with the police?" The question hung in the air between them, unanswered, until the sound of a carriage arriving below drew them to the window. Lestrade emerged, prompt as promised, his breath steaming in the frigid air. The Cartwright residence occupied a prestigious address in Mayfair, one of those imposing Georgian townhouses that spoke of wealth accumulated over generations rather than sudden fortune. The architecture was restrained, elegant, with none of the ostentatious flourishes that mark the homes of the newly rich. Everything about the building suggested discretion, respectability, the kind of family that appeared in the Times for charitable donations rather than scandal. A butler admitted them, his face arranged in the careful neutrality that good servants cultivated, though Watson detected a certain wariness in the man's eyes. The entrance hall gleamed with polished wood and brass, every surface reflecting the weak winter light that filtered through tall windows. A portrait gallery lined one wall, generations of Cartwrights staring down with expressions ranging from stern judgment to benign satisfaction. Sir Edmund Cartwright received them in his study, a room that smelled of leather and pipe tobacco and old money. He was a man in his late 50s, broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with the kind of robust health that came from regular exercise and excellent diet. But when he rose to greet them, Watson noticed the tremor in his hands, the tightness around his eyes that spoke of sleepless nights. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Sir Edmund said, his voice carrying the clipped tones of a man educated at the finest schools. "Inspector Lestrade has explained that you've agreed to look into this unpleasantness." "Unpleasantness," Holmes repeated, settling into the chair indicated without taking his eyes from his host. "An interesting choice of words for what amounts to terroristic threats, Sir Edmund. I wonder if you might be more specific about the nature of the sins referenced in the letter you received." Sir Edmund's face flushed darker. "I assure you, Mr. Holmes, I have no idea what the writer is referring to. I am a banker, not a saint, but my conscience is as clear as any man's." "Any man's," Holmes echoed softly. "That phrase again. Inspector Lestrade mentioned you seemed particularly shaken by the letter. In my experience, truly innocent men tend toward outrage rather than fear. Fear suggests knowledge, Sir Edmund. Fear suggests memory." The banker's jaw tightened. "I will thank you not to impugn my character, sir. I came to Scotland Yard seeking help, not interrogation." Holmes leaned back, his fingers forming that characteristic steeple beneath his chin. "Of course. Forgive my directness. Perhaps you might simply tell me about your travels. You've been to the continent, I assume? A man of your position and means?" "I've travelled extensively throughout Europe on business." "What bearing does that have on—" "The Alps in particular," Holmes interrupted gently. "Austria, perhaps, Switzerland, the Tyrol region." Something shifted in Sir Edmund's expression, a flicker of recognition or alarm quickly suppressed. Many years ago, yes. A holiday, before my marriage." "How many years?" "I fail to see the relevance." "How many years, Sir Edmund?" The banker's hands gripped the arms of his chair. 1873, winter of 1873. A group of us went for Alpine recreation. It was quite fashionable at the time. Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson, who had been taking notes. A group, including perhaps the Pembroke family. Sir Edmund's silence was answer enough. "I thought as much," Holmes said, rising to examine the bookshelves that lined one wall. "You see, Sir Edmund, I have a theory. I believe that something happened during that Alpine holiday, something that involved you and the Pembrokes and possibly other families, something you've all agreed never to speak of, and now, 18 years later, someone has decided that silence is no longer acceptable." "I don't know what you're talking about," Sir Edmund said, but his voice had lost its conviction. Holmes pulled a volume from the shelf. "A travel guide to the Austrian Alps," Watson noted. "Well worn and marked." "May I?" Without waiting for permission, Holmes opened it. Pressed between the pages were photographs, the kind taken by Alpine photographers and sold to tourists. Mountain vistas, village scenes, a group of young English travellers posed before a Baroque church. "Heiligenblut," Holmes read from an inscription, a village in Carinthia at the foot of the Grossglockner, known for its church, which houses a relic of Christ's blood brought back from the Crusades, also known, in local folklore, for particularly vivid celebrations of St. Nicholas Eve and the Krampus traditions. He looked up. "Is this where you stayed, Sir Edmund?" The banker's face had gone pale. "I must ask you to leave." "In a moment. First, I need to examine the locations where the letter was delivered and where the visitation occurred. Your cooperation would be appreciated, though if you prefer, Inspector Lestrade can obtain a warrant." Sir Edmund stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. "My wife is terrified, Mr. Holmes. She can barely sleep. Whatever you think you know, whatever you imagine happened 18 years ago, I assure you it has nothing to do with these threats." "Then you have nothing to fear from my investigation," Holmes replied calmly. "Show me where the letter arrived, Sir Edmund. Help me understand what we're dealing with. Unless you'd prefer to wait for the next visit, the next letter. I understand the Krampus is said to be particularly active in the nights leading up to December 6th. The colour drained further from Sir Edmund's face. "How did you—" Know about the date. It's central to the mythology, Sir Edmund. The Krampusnacht, the night of December 5th, when the creature makes his rounds, seeking out the wicked. We are currently on the 28th of November. 8 days remain. I suspect you'll receive at least one more letter before then, perhaps more, unless of course you confess. Confess what? The words came out strangled, desperate. Holmes's expression softened slightly. That, Sir Edmund, is what I'm trying to help you determine. Now, the letter. Where did it arrive? With visible reluctance, Sir Edmund led them from the study to the entrance hall, then to a morning room that overlooked a small garden at the rear of the house. The room was bright despite the winter gloom, furnished in the delicate style preferred by ladies of quality. Lady Cartwright, Watson presumed, spent her mornings here. It was on the breakfast table, Sir Edmund said quietly. My wife found it when she came down. She screamed. I've never heard her scream like that. Holmes moved to the table, examining it from every angle, though of course the letter itself was long gone to Scotland Yard. He then turned his attention to the windows, studying the latches, the frames, the garden beyond. The windows were locked. We always lock them at night. Always. Yet the letter appeared inside the room. Yes. Holmes knelt by the window, his glass out again, examining the floor, the sill, every surface with minute attention. Watson knew better than to interrupt this process, though to his untrained eye the room showed no signs of forced entry or unusual disturbance. Interesting, Holmes murmured. He opened the window, the latch moved smoothly, well-oiled, and leaned out to examine the exterior wall and the garden below. When he withdrew, there was a small smile on his face. Very interesting indeed. Your staff, Sir Edmund. How long have they been with you? The butler has been here 20 years, the housekeeper nearly as long. Most of the others at least 5 years. They're all utterly trustworthy. I'm sure they are. And yet someone entered this room, placed a letter on your breakfast table and departed without being seen or heard. Someone with either extraordinary skill or inside knowledge of your household routines. Holmes closed the window and turned to face the banker. Tell me, did any of your staff accompany you to the Alps in 1873? No, I was unmarried then, travelling with friends. Friends who are now equally terrified, I presume. Holmes moved toward the door. We'll need to speak with the Pembrokes as well. I trust Lestrade has arranged it. The Pembroke estate in Belgravia made the Cartwright residence look almost modest by comparison. This was wealth, on a different scale entirely, the kind accumulated through industrial ventures and colonial investments. The house sprawled across a corner plot, its facade adorned with classical columns and elaborate stonework that spoke of architectural ambitions greater than mere comfort. The family was old money attempting to look like new money, Watson thought, or perhaps the reverse. In any case, they were trying very hard to be something other than what they were. Lord Pembroke received them in a drawing-room so ornate that Watson found it difficult to focus on any single element of decoration. Everything gleamed, everything shouted of expense, and yet the overall effect was somehow cold, as if the room existed more for display than habitation. Lord Pembroke himself was a thin man with nervous hands, and a voice that carried an affected drawl meant to suggest aristocratic ease, but which instead conveyed barely suppressed anxiety. His wife, Lady Pembroke, sat beside him on a settee upholstered in silk that probably cost more than Watson earned in a year. She was younger than her husband by at least a decade, beautiful in the pale, fragile way that suggested either delicate health or deliberate cultivation of delicate appearance. This is most irregular, Lord Pembroke began, before Holmes had even fully settled into his chair. I understood our cooperation with Scotland Yard was meant to be discreet. Discretion, Holmes replied, becomes secondary when lives may be at stake. You received a letter identical to the one sent to Sir Edmund Cartwright. You also experienced what I believe is being referred to as a visitation. I'd like to hear about it in your own words. Lady Pembroke made a small sound, quickly suppressed. Her husband's hand found hers, gripping tightly. It was 3 nights ago, Lord Pembroke said. We had retired early. The household was quiet. At approximately midnight we were awakened by a sound, a rattling, like chains being dragged across stone. From outside the house? From directly outside our bedroom window, the window on the second floor, Mr. Holmes. There is no balcony, no ledge, nothing that would allow someone to stand there. And yet someone did, Holmes said. It was not a question. We heard breathing, heavy, laboured breathing, and a smell came through the window. Sulphur and burned hair. My wife fainted. I confess I was too terrified to move. The sound continued for perhaps 5 minutes, then ceased. In the morning we found the chain on the doorstep and the marks in the garden. The hoofprints Inspector Lestrade mentioned. Yes, scorched into the earth, as if something burning had stood there. Holmes leaned forward. Lord Pembroke, you and Sir Edmund Cartwright travelled together to the Austrian Alps in the winter of 1873. Who else was in your party? The effect of this question was remarkable. Lady Pembroke went, if possible, even paler. Her husband's face worked through several expressions before settling on a kind of resigned defeat. How could you possibly? Please answer the question. There were 5 families, Lord Pembroke said finally. The Cartwrights, ourselves, the Ashtons, the Ridgemonts, and the Blackwoods. We rented a lodge in Heiligenblut for 6 weeks. It was meant to be a holiday, Mr. Holmes, just a holiday. But something happened. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the ticking of an elaborate clock on the mantelpiece. Finally Lady Pembroke spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. A girl died. Her husband's head snapped toward her. Margaret! He'll find out anyway, Edmund. He already knows about Heiligenblut. He'll discover the rest. She turned to Holmes, her eyes bright with unshed tears. A local girl. There was an accident. It was truly an accident, Mr. Holmes. We never meant— That's enough, Lord Pembroke said sharply. We will not discuss this further without legal counsel present. Holmes stood, his movements precise and controlled. As you wish, though I should inform you that legal counsel will be of limited use if these attacks continue. The law can protect you from earthly threats, Lord Pembroke. I'm less certain of its efficacy against those who believe themselves to be enacting divine or diabolical justice. Are you suggesting, Lord Pembroke said, his voice rising, that we are actually being haunted by some alpine demon? That's absurd. What I'm suggesting, Holmes replied, is that someone wants you to believe that. Someone with detailed knowledge of the Heiligenblut incident, someone who understands the power of folklore and fear, and someone who has only just begun their campaign of terror. He paused at the door. You mentioned 5 families, Lord Pembroke. Have the Ashtons received a letter yet? The couple exchanged glances. We don't know. We haven't spoken to them. Then I suggest you do so, soon, because if the pattern holds, they will be next, and the intervals between letters are decreasing. Holmes tipped his hat. Good day. We'll see ourselves out. In the carriage on the way back to Baker Street, Watson finally broke the silence that had settled over them. A girl died, Holmes. They were involved in the death of a local girl. So it would seem. An accident, Lady Pembroke claimed, though of course she would claim that. Holmes stared out the window at the frost-covered streets, his expression distant. The question is whether it truly was an accident, or whether that word is simply another burial, another forgetting, and whether whoever is sending these letters was close to the girl who died. Revenge, then. Justice. Revenge. As I said, the line is thin. But yes, Watson, I believe we're dealing with someone who has waited 18 years for this moment. Someone patient, deliberate, and intimately familiar with both the crime and the criminals. He turned from the window. We need to research this death. Church records, newspaper archives, anything that might tell us what actually happened in Heiligenblut in the winter of 1873. And the Ashtons. We'll visit them tomorrow. Tonight I have research to conduct. The British Museum maintains an excellent collection of continental newspapers and local histories, and I suspect our friend at the Austrian embassy might be persuaded to provide information about Alpine villages and their local customs. The carriage rattled on through the darkening streets, carrying them back toward Baker Street and the work that awaited. Behind them, in their grand houses, families huddled behind locked doors, waiting for nightfall and whatever terrors it might bring. And somewhere, Watson thought, someone sat composing the next letter, mixing folklore and fury into words meant to shatter the carefully constructed walls of respectability. Someone who remembered a girl who died, and who had decided that forgetting was no longer an option. The bells began to ring across London, marking the hour. Watson counted them without meaning to, and wondered which bells the letter had meant. Which bells, and how many times they would ring before the truth was finally dragged into the light. The Ashton household yielded the confirmation Holmes had anticipated. A third letter had indeed arrived, discovered that very morning tucked beneath the door knocker like some grotesque calling card. The family, elderly Lord Ashton, his wife, and their unmarried daughter, had been preparing to contact Scotland Yard when Lestrade arrived with Holmes and Watson in tow. The relief on their faces at not having to explain the inexplicable was palpable, though it mingled uneasily with the same fear Watson had seen in the Cartwrights and Pembrokes. What the Ashtons provided, however reluctantly, was a name. Not the name of whoever was sending the letters, that remained frustratingly obscure, but the name of the girl who had died, Anneliese Gessler, 17 years old, daughter of a woodcarver in Heiligenblut. The details of her death remained locked behind the same wall of silence that surrounded the entire incident, but Holmes had the essential thread he needed. By evening, Holmes had dispatched 3 telegrams, one to Vienna, one to the Austrian embassy in London, and one to his brother Mycroft, whose position in the British government gave him access to records both official and otherwise. The responses began arriving within hours, carried by breathless messenger boys who seemed to materialize at Baker Street's door with supernatural regularity. Watson sat by the fire, watching Holmes assemble information like a man constructing a cathedral from scattered stones. Newspaper clippings in German, parish records translated into cramped English, a letter from the Austrian embassy expressing polite bewilderment at the inquiry but providing what details they could about Heiligenblut and its customs. The village, Holmes said, not looking up from the documents spread across every available surface, is remote even by Alpine standards, population of perhaps 300 souls. The Church of St. Vincent, the Heiligenblut, the Holy Blood, is its claim to fame, built to house a relic supposedly containing Christ's blood, brought back from the Crusades by a Danish nobleman. The entire village exists essentially to serve pilgrims and more recently tourists seeking alpine recreation. And the Krampus traditions? Watson asked. Vigorous and unbroken, according to the embassy's cultural attaché. Heiligenblut maintains one of the more elaborate Krampuslauf celebrations in all of Carinthia. The masks are carved by local artisans and passed down through generations. The runs themselves, processions of men dressed as Krampus demons, are taken quite seriously. Not mere entertainment, but something older, a working of the darkness before the light of St. Nicholas Day. Holmes finally looked up, his eyes bright with the particular intensity that came when pieces were falling into place. Anneliese Gessler's father was one of those mask carvers, one of the best by reputation, and she had a younger brother, Klaus, 13 years old when his sister died. 13, Watson repeated. He would be 31 now. Precisely. Old enough to have cultivated patience, old enough to have planned this very carefully indeed. Holmes stood stretching his long frame. The death itself is recorded in the parish register. December the 3rd, 1873. Cause listed as accidental. No further details, but there's a notation in the margin, added later in a different hand. It says, in German, the English paid, the matter is closed. Paid? Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter cold seeping through the windows. You mean they bought silence? It would appear so. 5 wealthy English families arrive in a remote Austrian village. A local girl dies under circumstances never fully explained. The families depart shortly thereafter. Money changes. Hands. The records are sealed with euphemism and discretion, and a 13-year-old boy is left with a dead sister and no justice. Watson set down his brandy, no longer wanting it. If this Klaus Gessler is behind the letters, then we are dealing with a man who has nursed his grievance for 18 years, who has tracked 5 families across countries and decades, who has studied not only their current circumstances, but their fears, their vulnerabilities, their capacity to be terrified. Holmes moved to the window, looking out at the gaslit street below. This is not simple revenge, Watson. This is something far more complex. He could have come to London years ago, confronted them, demanded explanations. Instead, he chose this. Letters invoking Krampus. Theatrical visits designed to convince them they're being haunted by the very folklore their money tried to bury. You admire him, Watson said, surprised at the realization. Holmes turned, and his expression was difficult to read. I understand him. There is a difference. He believes himself to be enacting justice where the law failed. He's using the tools available to him. Folklore, fear, the guilty consciences of people who thought they could purchase absolution. It's clever. Cruel, perhaps, but clever. "It's terrorism, Holmes." "Yes," Holmes agreed quietly. "It is that as well." The decision to travel to Heiligenblut came not from Holmes but from the arrival, 2 days later, of a fourth letter. This one was addressed not to any of the families but to Sherlock Holmes himself, care of Scotland Yard. Lestrade brought it to Baker Street with hands that trembled slightly as he passed it over. The parchment was the same, the demonic imagery identical, but the message was different. The detective seeks truth. Come to where the blood is holy. Come before the bells ring. Bring the guilty or come alone. The Krampus will have his confessions. "He's inviting you," Watson said, reading over Holmes's shoulder. "Or challenging you." "Both, I suspect. He knows I've made the connection to Heiligenblut. He wants me there, wants me to see whatever he has planned." Holmes set the letter down with deliberate care. "Which means we're going to the Alps, Watson. I hope you packed your winter clothes." "Holmes, this could be a trap." "Undoubtedly. But it's also an opportunity. He's revealed himself, shown his hand. He wants confrontation, catharsis, some form of resolution. And I confess I'm curious to meet a man who orchestrates supernatural terror with such precision." Holmes smiled, thin and sharp. "Besides, we have 4 days until December 5th. Time enough to reach Heiligenblut, if we leave tomorrow." The preparation was swift and methodical. Holmes sent telegrams arranging travel and accommodation. Watson packed medical supplies along with clothing suitable for alpine winter, noting with some amusement that Holmes packed almost nothing beyond a single case and his travelling chemistry set. Lestrade promised to maintain watch over the families in London, though what protection he could offer against letters and midnight visitations remained unclear. Mrs. Hudson fretted in the way she always did when Holmes departed on dangerous business, pressing extra scarves and woolen socks on them with the firm instruction to eat properly and not get themselves killed in foreign mountains. Her concern was genuine, Watson knew, though she would never admit to caring for her sometimes difficult tenant. They departed Victoria Station on a grey morning when the fog hung so thick over London that the city seemed to exist only as a series of sounds: the hiss of steam, the shouts of porters, the rumble of trains arriving and departing for destinations both familiar and strange. The Continental Express would carry them to Dover, then across the Channel to Calais, then south and east through France and into the German states, finally crossing into Austria at Salzburg. The journey would take the better part of 2 days, with changes at multiple stations, each transition carrying them further from the soot-stained familiarity of London and deeper into a landscape Watson had only read about in books. The train carved through the English countryside at speeds that still amazed Watson, even after years of rail travel. Fields gave way to towns, towns to cities, cities to the coast where the white cliffs rose like England's final defiance against the continent beyond. The Channel crossing was mercifully calm, though the December wind carried a bite that promised worse weather ahead. In Calais they boarded the Paris train, and Watson felt the subtle shift that came with entering a different linguistic world. French conductors moved through the carriages, their announcements musical compared to the clipped English of their counterparts across the Channel. The passengers too were different, more animated, more willing to engage in conversation with strangers. Holmes spent much of the journey in silence, occasionally making notes in a small leather journal, but more often simply staring out the window at the passing landscape. Watson had learned long ago not to interrupt these periods of intense cogitation. His friend was assembling theories, testing them against known facts, preparing for whatever awaited them in the mountains. They changed trains in Strasbourg as darkness fell, boarding the night express that would carry them through the Black Forest and into Bavaria. Watson dozed fitfully in their compartment, waking periodically to find Holmes still awake, still watching the darkness beyond the windows as if he could divine secrets from the absence of light. Dawn found them somewhere in southern Germany, the landscape transformed overnight into something from a winter fairy tale. Snow blanketed everything, softening the angles of farmhouses and barns, turning forests into collections of white-draped sentinels standing watch over frozen fields. The villages they passed through looked medieval, despite the telegraph wires strung between buildings, as if modernity had touched them only lightly and reluctantly. At Munich they changed again, now boarding a smaller train that would take them through the Bavarian Alps to Salzburg. The mountains began to assert themselves, rising in the distance like ancient gods contemplating the presumptuous railway that dared to thread between their feet. Watson felt his breath catch at the sight of them. He had seen mountains before, Wales, Scotland, even the Himalayas during his service in Afghanistan. But there was something about these peaks that suggested a different order of magnitude, a different relationship between earth and sky. Holmes roused from his contemplation to point out landmarks as they appeared. "The Zugspitze," he said, indicating a massive peak to the south. "Germany's highest mountain. The Austrians dispute the exact placement of the border naturally. Two nations arguing over which owns the top of a mountain as if such things can truly be possessed." Other passengers in their compartment, a portly Austrian businessman and a young couple travelling to visit family in Salzburg, engaged Holmes in conversation about the region. The detective's command of German was flawless, Watson noted with some envy, his accent suggesting someone who had spent considerable time in Vienna or one of the other German-speaking capitals. "You're travelling for business?" the businessman asked in German, which Holmes translated quietly for Watson's benefit. "In a manner of speaking," Holmes replied. "We're bound for Heiligenblut, a consultation regarding a historical matter." The young woman's eyes widened. "Heiligenblut? In winter? But the roads will be difficult. The Großglockner Pass is surely closed by now." "We'll approach from the east, through the Möll Valley. I'm told the road remains passable if challenging." "You go for the Krampuslauf?" the businessman asked with a knowing smile. "Foreigners sometimes come to see the traditional celebrations, though Heiligenblut is particularly intense, not like the tourist spectacles in Salzburg or Innsbruck." "So I understand," Holmes said neutrally. "We have an interest in folklore and local customs." The businessman nodded, settling back into his seat. "Then you have chosen well, or poorly, depending on your constitution for such things. The Heiligenblut Krampuslauf is not for the faint of heart. They take their demons very seriously in that village. Salzburg appeared through the snow like a vision of Baroque splendour, its churches and palaces rising above the Salzach River with a grace that spoke of centuries of architectural ambition, tempered by alpine pragmatism. The city Mozart had fled and that still bore his name on every third establishment glowed in the weak winter light, its spires and domes suggesting a place where music and religion had long ago made peace with each other. They had an hour, between trains, enough time for a hurried meal at the station restaurant, where Watson consumed Wiener Schnitzel and potatoes while Holmes picked at bread and cheese, his attention already focused on the final leg of their journey. The mountain railway that would carry them from Salzburg to Heiligenblut was a marvel of engineering, a narrow-gauge line that climbed through valleys and around peaks, with the determined optimism of Victorian progress asserting itself over Alpine reality. The train was smaller, the cars more cramped, the passengers fewer and harder looking. These were mountain people, Watson realised, with the weathered faces and sturdy builds of those who lived where winter was not a season but a fact of existence. The ascent began gradually, following the course of rivers that ran swift and dark between banks of snow. Then the valley narrowed, the mountains crowding closer, their peaks lost in clouds that draped the heights like shrouds. The forest changed too, becoming denser, darker, dominated by the kind of ancient pines that seemed to predate human habitation entirely. Watson felt the pressure change in his ears as they climbed. The air grew thinner, colder. His breath fogged the window, and when he wiped it clear, the vista beyond was both beautiful and faintly menacing. These were not mountains that welcomed visitors. These were mountains that tolerated them perhaps, but would not mourn their passing should they prove unequal to the challenge. Holmes seemed unaffected by the altitude or the cold. He watched the passing landscape with the same intense attention he brought to crime scenes, absorbing details, filing them away for later consideration. Once, passing through a village where the train paused to take on water, he pointed out a carved wooden figure mounted above a doorway. "Krampus," he said. "Protective figure, meant to ward off evil by displaying it openly. The paradox of the folk belief, that embodying the thing you fear somehow robs it of power." The figure was grotesque, all horns and fangs and lolling tongue, but worn smooth by weather and time. It had been watching over that doorway for generations, Watson thought, and would likely watch for generations more after he and Holmes had turned to dust. As afternoon deepened toward evening, the train made its final approach to Heiligenblut. The valley opened slightly, and there, framed by peaks that seemed to touch the darkening sky, the village appeared. At its centre, rising with improbable grace, stood the church of St. Vincent, its spire a needle pointing toward heaven, while the mountains around it suggested older, less forgiving gods. Wooden chalets clustered around the church, their windows glowing with lamplight against the gathering dusk. Smoke rose from chimneys, carrying the scent of burning pine, and everywhere, even from this distance, Watson could see them, the carved Krampus figures, on doors, in windows, hanging from eaves. The village wore its demons openly, as if during them to approach. The train exhaled steam and shuddered to a halt at the small station. Holmes and Watson gathered their bags and stepped out into the alpine evening. The cold hit like a physical blow, sharp and clean and utterly unforgiving. Watson's breath crystallized instantly, and he understood in that moment how people died in these mountains, how easily the cold could slip past defences and claim the unwary. A few other passengers disembarked, locals returning from business in Salzburg, their greetings to one another musical in the local dialect that differed from the German Holmes had been speaking. They cast curious glances at the two Englishmen but said nothing, disappearing quickly into the village. "The Gasthof is just there," Holmes said, pointing to a substantial wooden building near the church. "We'll secure our rooms and then begin our inquiries, though I suspect our arrival has already been noted." He was right, Watson realised. In a village this small, 2 foreign visitors arriving 4 days before the Krampuslauf would be remarkable. And if Klaus Gessler was indeed here, watching and waiting, he would know within the hour that Sherlock Holmes had accepted his invitation. They walked through snow that crunched beneath their feet, each step echoing off the mountains that surrounded them on all sides. The church bells began to ring. 6 o'clock, Watson counted automatically, and the sound rolled through the valley like a physical presence. "Confess before the bells ring," the letters had said. The bells rang now, ancient bronze voices calling across the snow, and Watson wondered whose confessions they were summoning, and what darkness would answer when the ringing finally ceased. The Gasthof zur Heiligenblut, the inn at the Holy Blood, was a structure that seemed to have grown organically from the mountain itself, its dark wood aged to the colour of strong tea, its roof weighted with snow that might have been there since the previous winter, or the winter before that. The windows glowed with warm yellow light that promised respite from the cold, though when Holmes pushed open the heavy door, the warmth that greeted them was tempered by silence and careful observation. The common room was occupied by perhaps a dozen people, all locals by their dress and bearing. Conversation ceased the moment Holmes and Watson entered, every eye turning to assess these strangers who had arrived as darkness settled over the valley. The scrutiny was not hostile, precisely, but neither was it welcoming. These were people accustomed to visitors. The village survived on pilgrims and tourists, but there was something in the timing of this particular arrival that made them wary. The innkeeper emerged from behind a wooden counter that looked as ancient as the building itself. He was a broad man with a magnificent beard gone silver-grey, his face deeply lined by years of alpine sun and wind. When he spoke, his German carried the musical lilt of the Corinthian dialect, though he switched easily to the more standard High German when he recognised Holmes's accent. "Gentlemen, welcome to Heiligenblut. You have rooms reserved?" "We do," Holmes replied. "The telegram from Salzburg. 2 rooms for 3 nights, possibly longer depending on circumstances." The innkeeper's expression shifted subtly, though Watson couldn't quite identify the emotion behind it. "Ah, yes. The English gentleman. We received your message. You come for the Krampuslauf." "We come to study local traditions and to make inquiries into a historical matter," Holmes said carefully. "We hope the village will extend us courtesy and cooperation." "The village extends courtesy to all who respect our customs," the innkeeper replied, producing a large ledger and turning it for Holmes to sign. "As for cooperation, that depends on the nature of your inquiries. We are a private people here in the mountains, Herr Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson." The name produced a visible reaction, a slight widening of the innkeeper's eyes. "The detective, from London. We have heard of you even here, Herr Holmes. Your reputation crosses borders." "I'm flattered," Holmes said neutrally, signing the ledger with his characteristic angular script. "Though I confess I'm surprised that news of English detectives reaches Alpine villages. We may be remote, but we are not isolated. The newspapers arrive from Salzburg twice weekly when the weather permits, and we have had reason recently to take interest in news from London." The innkeeper's gaze was steady, assessing. "News of wealthy English families receiving unusual correspondence, threats involving Krampus mythology. Such stories travel quickly among those who understand the old traditions." Holmes set down the pen. "Then you know why we're here." "I suspect I do, yes, though whether you will find what you seek is another matter entirely." The innkeeper gestured to a young woman who had appeared from the kitchen. "Greta will show you to your rooms. Supper is served at 7 if you wish it. The food is simple but hearty. You'll need your strength if you intend to walk the village asking questions." The rooms were small but scrupulously clean, the beds piled with down quilts that would be necessary against the cold that seeped through the very walls despite the building's solid construction. A ceramic stove in Watson's room radiated blessed heat, and he stood beside it for several minutes after Greta departed, letting warmth return to his fingers and toes. Through the window, he could see the village spreading out below, its lights flickering like earthbound stars. The church dominated everything, its baroque spire rising with improbable grace against the mountain backdrop, and beyond the village, the peaks themselves, dark shapes against the slightly less dark sky, massive and eternal, and utterly indifferent to the small human dramas unfolding in their shadow. A knock at the connecting door brought Watson's attention back. Holmes entered without waiting for invitation, already dressed for dinner, though he'd somehow found time to arrange his travelling case and lay out various implements: notebooks, pencils, his magnifying glass, the portable chemistry set he insisted on bringing everywhere. "We need to move carefully here, Watson," Holmes said, settling into the room's single chair. "The innkeeper knows why we've come, which means the entire village will know by morning if they don't already. Klaus Gestler, if he is indeed our man, will be watching, possibly already preparing his next move. You think he's here, in the village? Where else would he be? This is his home, his territory. He lured us here deliberately, Watson. He wants us to see something, to understand something. The question is what, and toward what end?" They descended for supper to find the common room fuller than before, the tables occupied by villagers who had come as much to observe the English visitors as to take their evening meal. The conversation was subdued, conducted in the local dialect which Holmes could follow only partially, though he made careful mental notes of what fragments he could understand. The food was indeed simple and hearty: venison stew rich with root vegetables, dark bread still warm from the oven, a sharp local cheese that made Watson's eyes water, all washed down with a wine that tasted of Alpine herbs and stone. It was peasant food elevated by quality ingredients and generations of refinement, the kind of meal that sustained people through harsh winters and harder lives. As they ate, Holmes engaged the innkeeper in conversation, his questions casual but carefully chosen. The history of the village, the importance of the church and its relic, the economic realities of life in such a remote location, and gradually, inevitably, the Krampuslauf traditions. "It is not entertainment, you understand," the innkeeper said, settling into a chair at their table with his own glass of wine. Other diners had begun to drift closer, forming a loose circle, drawn by curiosity, and perhaps by the desire to control what information these foreigners received. "In the cities, yes, the Krampuslauf has become spectacle. Tourists come to be frightened safely, to take photographs, to buy carved masks as souvenirs. Here, it remains what it has always been, a working of the darkness, a reminder that evil exists and must be acknowledged before good can triumph." "The masks are carved locally?" Holmes asked. "By families who have practiced the craft for centuries. The Gessler family is among the finest. Old Heinrich Gessler carved Krampus masks that were said to capture not just the appearance of the demon, but something of its essence. His sons continue the tradition, though." The innkeeper paused, choosing his words carefully. "Though the family has known great sorrow." "The death of the daughter," Holmes said quietly. "Anneliese." The effect of the name in that room was profound. Conversation ceased entirely. The circle of listeners tightened, faces hardening into expressions Watson couldn't quite read. Grief, certainly, but also anger and something that might have been shame. An elderly woman spoke from near the fire, her voice cracking with age and emotion. "You come asking about Anneliese? After all these years? What business is it of yours, English?" Holmes turned to face her, his expression respectful. "I come seeking truth, grandmother. I come because what happened to Anneliese Gessler 18 years ago has set in motion events that threaten innocent lives today. I come because old wounds, left unattended, fester and poison everything around them. Innocent lives, the woman spat. The English who killed her, you mean? They were innocent? I don't know, Holmes said simply. That's what I'm here to discover. Will you tell me what happened? The silence that followed was heavy, laden with 18 years of grief and suppressed rage. Finally, the innkeeper spoke. It was December, like now, 1873. A group of wealthy English had taken the old hunting lodge up the valley for the winter season. Alpine recreation was fashionable then among your people. Mountain climbing, skiing, the romance of the savage Alps. They were young, arrogant, full of the confidence that comes from privilege and money. He paused, staring into his wine as if it held images of the past. Anneliese worked for them, cleaning, cooking, helping care for their needs. She was beautiful, our Anneliese, 17 years old with all of life before her. What happened? Watson asked gently. They said it was an accident, a man spoke up from the back of the room. A fall during one of their expeditions. They took her with them as a guide to a frozen waterfall they wished to photograph. The ice gave way. She fell. By the time they brought her body back to the village, she had been dead for hours. But you don't believe it was an accident, Holmes said. Her body was broken in ways that didn't match a simple fall, the elderly woman said, her voice trembling. Bruises on her wrists, on her throat. The Farah, the priest, he examined her. He had doubts, but when he tried to involve the authorities in Salzburg, the English families produced lawyers, doctors, official statements. They paid for a quick burial, paid for the matter to be closed, paid enough that the village could not afford to refuse. And Klaus? Holmes asked. Anneliese's brother? The innkeeper's face softened with pain. Klaus was 13. He found her body when they brought it back. He was the one who saw everything. It destroyed him, Herr Holmes. Destroyed the bright, laughing boy he had been. He became obsessed with finding out what truly happened, with making the English answer for their crimes. But he was a child, powerless against their wealth and influence. He disappeared, the elderly woman said. 2 years after Anneliese died, 15 years old, he simply vanished one winter night. Old Heinrich searched for weeks, but the mountains take what they want. We assumed Klaus had died, consumed by grief and the cold. We mourned him as we mourned his sister. Holmes absorbed this information in silence, his keen eyes moving from face to face, reading the grief and anger that still lived in this room 18 years after the events in question. But Klaus didn't die, did he? Holmes said finally. He's alive, and he's been planning his revenge for nearly 2 decades. The innkeeper met Holmes's gaze steadily. If Klaus Gessler lives, I've not seen him. No one in this village has spoken his name aloud in years. He's a ghost to us, Herr Holmes, a grief that walks. May I see the church records? Holmes asked, and speak with the priest who was here in 1873? Pfarrer Mattia still serves St. Vincent, the innkeeper said, though he is very old now and his memory comes and goes. As for the records, you will need his permission to view them. The church does not surrender its secrets easily. Holmes rose from the table, Watson following suit. Thank you for your honesty. I know this is painful to discuss, but I give you my word that I seek only truth and justice, whatever that justice may require. Justice, the elderly woman said bitterly. There is no justice for people like us English. The rich buy their absolution and sleep soundly, while the poor bury their children and swallow their rage. If Klaus Gessler lives, if he has found a way to make those English families suffer even a fraction of what we suffered, then I say good. I say let them know fear. Let them know what it means to have everything taken from them by those with power. The vehemence in her voice silenced the room. Holmes regarded her for a long moment, then inclined his head slightly. I understand your anger, grandmother, but revenge, however justified it may feel, rarely brings the peace it promises. It only creates more grief, more victims. If Klaus is pursuing this course, he will destroy himself as surely as he destroys his enemies. Perhaps, she said, but at least he will die having fought back. That is more than we could do. Outside, the temperature had dropped further, the cold so intense it burned in Watson's lungs with each breath. The sky had cleared partially, revealing stars that seemed impossibly bright and close, as if the altitude brought them within reach. The church bells rang for Compline, the evening prayer, their bronze voices carrying across the snow-covered valley, with a clarity that was almost painful. "We need to see the old Gessler cottage," Holmes said as they walked back toward the inn, "and speak with Pfarrer Matthias. Those are our two priorities for tomorrow. Holmes, if Klaus is indeed here, if he knows we're asking questions, then he will reveal himself when he's ready. This entire exercise has been about control, Watson. Klaus has orchestrated every element with precision. He won't deviate from his plan simply because we've arrived." Holmes paused, looking up at the church spire silhouetted against the stars. "Though I confess I'm curious what he has planned for us. We were invited here for a reason. To witness something, perhaps, or to serve as instruments in whatever final act he's preparing." They climbed the stairs to their rooms in silence, Watson acutely aware of the village sleeping around them, of the mountains pressing in on all sides, of the old griefs and older angers that saturated this place like water saturating stone. In his room, Watson stood at the window for a long time, looking out at the village. Somewhere in those dark houses someone might be watching back, someone who had waited 18 years for this moment, someone who had transformed grief into purpose and purpose into a campaign of carefully orchestrated terror. The church bells finished their sequence and fell silent. In that silence, Watson heard the wind rising, moaning around the eaves of the inn like something alive and hungry. In 4 days, the Krampuslauf would begin. 4 days until December 5th, when the demons would run through these streets and the darkness would be given form and voice. 4 days to find Klaus Gessler and understand what justice, or revenge, he intended to exact from the English families who had killed his sister and bought their freedom with gold. Watson closed the curtains and turned toward his bed, but sleep was a long time coming. When it finally arrived, it brought dreams of mountains and falling snow, of carved demon faces watching from the darkness, of bells ringing warnings that no one heeded until too late. And somewhere in those dreams, a young woman's voice called out in a language Watson didn't speak, asking a question he couldn't answer, demanding something he didn't know how to give. Anneliese Gessler, 17 years old and dead these 18 years, still seeking the justice that had been denied her in life, still waiting as the mountains waited, patient and implacable and utterly without mercy. Morning came to Heiligenblut with a reluctance that matched Watson's own emergence from sleep. The light that filtered through the curtains was pale and watery, diffused by clouds that clung to the mountain peaks like mourning veils. When Watson finally rose and looked out the window, he saw that fresh snow had fallen during the night, a pristine blanket covering the village and softening the hard edges of wood and stone into something almost dreamlike. The breakfast room of the inn was warm and fragrant with coffee and fresh bread. Holmes was already there, dressed and apparently having been awake for some time, judging by the stack of notes beside his plate, and the distant expression that meant his mind was already deep into the day's work. "The Gessler cottage," Holmes said without preamble as Watson joined him, "is approximately 2 kilometres up the valley according to the innkeeper. Abandoned these 15 years since Klaus disappeared. The family line ended with him. Old Heinrich died 5 years ago, the mother years before that. The property reverted to the church, but no one has occupied it. Superstition primarily. The villagers believe it's haunted by the grief that consumed the family. We're going there this morning? After we speak with Pfarrer Matthias. I've arranged an audience at 9 o'clock. The priest, it seems, rises early despite his advanced years." Holmes poured coffee for Watson, a gesture of consideration unusual enough to make Watson glance at his friend with concern. "You're troubled," Watson observed. "Thoughtful," Holmes corrected. "There are elements of this case that don't align, Watson. The theatrical nature of the letters and visits in London suggests someone who wants attention, who wants to be seen and feared. But Klaus Gessler, if he is indeed our man, spent 15 years invisible, patient, planning in absolute silence. These seem contradictory impulses. Perhaps he's changed. 18 years of grief and rage could transform anyone." "Perhaps," Holmes agreed, but he sounded unconvinced. The church of St. Vincent rose before them, like a prayer made manifest in stone and wood. Its Baroque architecture seemed almost impossible in this remote location, every surface adorned with the kind of elaborate decoration that spoke of faith so profound it demanded beauty even in the wilderness. The spire reached toward heaven with a yearning that was palpable, while the churchyard surrounding it held generations of villagers in the kind of peaceful sleep that the living could only envy. Farah Matthias received them in a small office warmed by a ceramic stove identical to those in the inn. The priest was ancient, his face a topography of wrinkles that suggested every year of his 8 decades had left its mark. But his eyes were sharp still, bright with intelligence and something that might have been relief at seeing them. "Herr Holmes," he said in German heavily accented by dialect. "Dr. Watson, I have been expecting you, or someone like you. For 18 years, I have been expecting someone to come asking the questions that should have been asked then." He gestured for them to sit in chairs that creaked with age. The office walls were lined with books, theological texts, parish records, histories of the region stretching back centuries. A crucifix hung above the desk, the Christ figure carved with the same skill Watson had seen in the Krampus figures, as if the village's artisans understood suffering in all its forms. "You know why we're here," Holmes said. "Anneliese Gessler, of course. The shame of my priesthood, Herr Holmes, is that I failed her. I examined her body, I knew what I saw, and I allowed myself to be silenced by money and influence. Because I told myself the village needed that money, that her death would not be undone by scandal and investigation." The old priest's hands trembled as he reached for a ledger on his desk. "I have carried that failure every day since." "What did you see?" Watson asked gently, his medical training making him the natural one to ask such questions. "Bruises, Dr. Watson, on her wrists, her upper arms, her throat, defensive wounds on her hands, and her clothing, when we undressed her for burial preparation. Torn, rearranged, not consistent with a fall, but consistent with—" He paused, struggling with the words. "With violence of another kind." Watson felt his stomach tighten. "You believe she was assaulted?" "I believe she fought against something terrible. Whether it was assault, attempted assault, or something else that drove her to flee and fall, I cannot say with certainty. But it was not a simple accident. Of that, I am absolutely certain." Holmes leaned forward. "The English families. What do you remember of them?" Farah Matthias closed his eyes, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of confession. 5 families. Wealthy, educated, full of that particularly English combination of curiosity and contempt for anything not English. The Cartwrights, the Pembrokes, the Ashtons, the Ridgemonts, the Blackwoods. 10 adults and several children. They had taken the old hunting lodge for 6 weeks of what they called alpine recreation. And Anneliese worked for them. She and 2 other village girls. The money was good, desperately needed. The village was poorer then than now. We sent our daughters into that lodge knowing they would be exposed to behaviours, to attitudes. He shook his head. We told ourselves the English were civilised, that their wealth meant refinement. We were fools. "The day she died," Holmes prompted. "What do you know of it?" The priest opened the ledger, turning pages until he found the entry he sought. December 3rd, 1873. She left the village with 4 of the English. Young men, early 20s. They were going to photograph the Jungfernfall, the Maiden's Fall, a frozen waterfall about an hour's walk up the valley. Anneliese went as guide. She knew the mountains, knew the safe paths. He looked up, his eyes wet. She came back dead. They carried her body wrapped in a cloak, said the ice had given way beneath her, that she had fallen before they could catch her. They were distraught, they said, devastated by the tragedy. But you didn't believe them. I wanted to believe them. God help me, I tried. But when I examined her, when I saw what I saw, I went to the authorities in Salzburg. I wrote letters. I demanded investigation. His voice broke slightly, and the English families produced documents, medical opinions from their own doctors, legal statements. They offered the village a substantial sum for Anneliese's family, for the church, they called it compensation for their pain. The authorities in Salzburg made it clear that pursuing the matter would be difficult, expensive, unlikely to succeed against such wealthy, connected families. "So you accepted the money?" Holmes said, without judgment in his voice. "The village accepted the money. Old Heinrich Gessler accepted the money, though it destroyed him. We buried Anneliese in the churchyard with the prayers for the innocent dead, and we told ourselves we had done what we could." The priest's hands gripped the ledger until his knuckles whitened. But Klaus knew. Even at 13 he understood what we had done, what we had allowed to happen, the betrayal of it. "Where is Anneliese buried?" Watson asked. Farah Matthias rose with difficulty, supporting himself on the desk. "I will show you. It is the least I can do." The churchyard was peaceful beneath its blanket of snow. the headstones rising like teeth from white gums. The priest led them to the eastern corner, where a simple marker of local stone bore an inscription in German: Annelies Gessler, 1856-1873, beloved daughter, taken too soon. May she find peace in God's arms. Fresh flowers lay before the stone, their bright petals shocking against the snow. Someone had been here recently within the last day or two. Klaus, Holmes said quietly, kneeling to examine the flowers more closely. They were alpine asters, preserved somehow despite the season, arranged with careful precision. He's been here, paying his respects before. Before what? Watson asked. Holmes stood, brushing snow from his knees. Before whatever he's planned for the Krampuslauf. Farah, I need to ask you directly. Is Klaus Gessler alive? Is he in this village? The old priest's silence was eloquent. You've seen him, Holmes pressed. I have seen shadows, movements at the edge of vision. The flowers appear regularly on her grave, always fresh, always carefully placed. And there are other signs. Tools moved in the mask carver's workshop that no one admits to touching. Footprints in the snow leading to the old Gessler cottage that disappear before they can be followed. He met Holmes's gaze. If Klaus lives, if he has returned, I cannot say I blame him for hiding. What welcome would this village offer him? We who failed his sister, who took money for her life. The workshop, Holmes said sharply, the mask carver's workshop, it still operates. Klaus's cousin maintains it now, Thomas Gessler. He learned the craft from old Heinrich before the old man died. The masks for this year's Krampuslauf are nearly complete. I need to see them. Now. The workshop occupied a low building near the church, its interior dark and pungent with the smell of fresh-cut wood and varnish. Thomas Gessler was a man of perhaps 40, broad-shouldered and taciturn, with the powerful hands of someone who worked wood for a living. He regarded Holmes and Watson with the same careful wariness the village had shown since their arrival. The masks hung on the walls like severed heads in some grim gallery. Each one was unique, carved with extraordinary skill to represent different aspects of the Krampus legend. Some were more animalistic, with elongated snouts and curling horns. Others were more demonic, with human features twisted into expressions of malevolent glee. All of them were disturbing in ways that transcended mere craftsmanship. They seemed to capture something essential about fear itself. Your family's work, Holmes said, examining a particularly elaborate mask featuring real goat horns and teeth. Remarkable artistry. Thomas grunted acknowledgement. The Gesslers have carved Krampus masks for 200 years. My grandfather taught me, as his grandfather taught him. And Klaus? Did he learn the craft before he disappeared? The mask carver's expression shuttered. Klaus was too young, barely 13 when he vanished. But he watched his father work. He would have learned the basics, the techniques. Holmes moved deeper into the workshop, his eyes scanning every surface, every tool, every scrap of wood. Tell me, Thomas, have you noticed anything unusual recently? Tools moved, wood shavings disturbed. Any sign that someone has been working here when you're not present? I lock the workshop every night. That's not what I asked. A long silence, broken only by the creak of the building settling in the cold. Finally Thomas spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. There is one mask, the finest I've ever seen. It appeared 3 months ago, hanging with the others as if it had always been there. I did not carve it. I know every mask in this workshop, and this one... He moved to the far wall, reaching for something covered in cloth. This one is different. He pulled away the cloth, and Watson heard himself inhale sharply. The mask was a masterpiece, carved with such skill that it seemed almost alive. The face was that of Krampus in his most terrifying aspect. Horns spiralling back from a broad forehead, eyes that were hollow voids seeming to stare into the soul, a mouth open in a silent scream revealing ranks of carved fangs. But it was the details that made it extraordinary. The texture of skin that seemed to have pores, hair carved so finely it might blow in the wind, an expression that conveyed not just menace but profound ancient sorrow. Klaus carved this, Holmes said with certainty. He's been here, working at night, creating this for the Krampuslauf. Thomas, who will wear this mask? The mask carver shook his head. I don't know. The masks are distributed 3 days before the run. Each man chooses or is chosen. Tradition assigns them, not I. But this mask, Holmes touched it gently, reverently. This mask has a purpose. Klaus didn't create something this perfect simply for a tradition. He intends to wear it himself. Watson studied the mask and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the alpine cold. For the run on December 5th, he'll be among the Krampus figures, indistinguishable from the others. More than that, Watson, he'll be the Krampus, the embodiment of the legend he's been using to terrify his victims. Holmes turned to Thomas. How many men participate in the Heiligenblut Krampuslauf? 30, perhaps 40. Every able man in the village takes a turn over the years. And they run through the streets, visit homes. They visit 3 homes each year, chosen by tradition and lottery. Families who have children old enough to understand but young enough to fear. The Krampus comes to remind them to be good, to confess their small sins before St. Nicholas arrives the next day with rewards. Thomas paused. But this year, Herr Holmes, I think the Krampus intends to visit different homes, homes that have been waiting for his visit for 18 years. He can't, Watson protested. The English families are in London, safe behind locked doors with police protection. Holmes's expression was grim. Are they, Watson? The letter invited me here, demanded I bring the guilty or come alone. What if that was misdirection? What if Klaus wanted me here, occupied, investigating the past, while he returns to London for the Krampuslauf? The run happens in many alpine towns simultaneously. There's nothing preventing a Krampuslauf in London itself, staged by someone who knows the traditions intimately. But the theatricality of it, Holmes, surely he wouldn't he? Everything about this case has been theatrical, performative. Klaus isn't just seeking revenge, Watson. He's staging a morality play. The guilty must confess or face the Krampus, and what better stage than the homes of the families themselves during the traditional time when such visitations occur? Holmes spun toward the door. We need to send telegrams immediately. Lestrade must be warned. The families must be moved to secure locations or protected in force. We have... He consulted his pocket watch. 3 days. The Krampuslauf begins on the evening of December 5th. If Klaus intends to strike in London, it will be then, when tradition and terror align. They rushed from the workshop into daylight that seemed harsh after the dimness within. The village had come alive while they were inside, people moving about their business, preparing for the approaching celebration. Children played in the snow, their laughter innocent and bright. But Watson found himself looking at every adult male with suspicion. Which one was Klaus? Was he here, watching them even now, or was he already on a train speeding toward London and a reckoning 18 years in the making? As they hurried toward the inn and its telegraph office, the church bells began to ring. Not the measured tolling that marked the hours, but an alarm, urgent and insistent. People emerged from houses looking toward the church in confusion. Pfarrer Matthias appeared in the church doorway, his face pale, gesturing frantically. "The church!" someone shouted in German. "Something's happened in the church?" Holmes and Watson ran with the gathering crowd. Inside St. Vincent, the beautiful Baroque interior seemed violated by what they found. The altar had been disturbed. The reliquary containing the church's most precious possession, the vial of Christ's blood that gave the village its name, stood open. The relic was gone, and in its place, written in ash on the white altar cloth, were words in German that Pfarrer Matthias translated in a trembling voice. "The blood of the innocent cries out. On Krampusnacht, justice will be served. The guilty will confess, or the guilty will burn." Holmes stood before the altar, his mind racing through calculations and possibilities. Around them, the villagers murmured in shock and growing fear. The theft of the relic was sacrilege beyond measure, a violation of everything the village held sacred. "He's escalating," Holmes said quietly to Watson, "taking the relic, leaving this message. This is no longer about frightening the families into confession. This is about forcing a confrontation, a final judgment. But where? London? Or here?" Holmes looked at the message again, at the careful formation of the letters, at the symbolism of ash and blood and stolen holiness. "Both," he said finally. "I think Klaus intends to be in both places simultaneously, or rather, to make it impossible to know where he'll strike until the moment comes. Lestrade must protect the families in London. We must be here, ready for whatever happens during the Krampuslauf itself. And if we're wrong, if we guess incorrectly?" Holmes's expression was grim. "Then people will die, Watson, and 18 years of buried guilt will erupt in blood and fire, with us powerless to prevent it. Outside, the day continued its slow progression toward evening. In London, families huddled behind locked doors waiting. In Heiligenblut, a village prepared for its ancient celebration, unaware that this year the demons would be real and the fear they brought would be earned. And somewhere between these two places Klaus Gessler moved with the patience of mountains and the fury of storms, carrying the weight of his sister's unavenged death toward a reckoning that would spare no one. The bells continued their warning, ringing out across the snow-covered valley, calling forth darkness, demanding justice, promising that before the festival ended all debts would be paid in full. The telegraph office in Heiligenblut occupied a corner of the post office, a small room dominated by the clicking apparatus that connected this remote village to the wider world. Holmes composed 3 urgent messages while Watson stood watch, both men acutely aware that every minute of delay might prove fatal. The first telegram went to Inspector Lestrade at Scotland Yard, warning of the likelihood of an attack on the families during the evening of December 5th, urging heightened security and surveillance. The second went to Mycroft Holmes, requesting that he use his considerable influence to ensure the families were moved to secure locations or provided with armed protection. The third, surprisingly, went to the families themselves, a collective warning that Holmes insisted be delivered simultaneously to all 3 households. "You're telling them directly?" Watson asked as Holmes handed the messages to the telegraph operator. "Won't that simply increase their panic?" "They need to understand the gravity of their situation," Holmes replied. "And more importantly, they need to know that I know what happened in Heiligenblut, that the buried truth is coming to light whether they cooperate or not. Fear can paralyze Watson, but it can also motivate confession. If any of them possess conscience enough to feel guilt, this might provoke it." The operator, a thin young man with ink-stained fingers, read the messages with widening eyes before tapping them out with practiced efficiency. The clicking filled the small room like the sound of bones rattling in a box, each tap carrying Holmes's warnings across hundreds of miles of wire to London, where 3 families waited in dread for the darkness they had purchased with gold 18 years ago. When the transmissions were complete, Holmes paid the fee and turned to leave, but the operator cleared his throat nervously. "Herr Holmes, there was a message that arrived for you this morning, before you came down from the inn." He retrieved a slip of paper from beneath the counter. It came from Salzburg, sent late last night. Holmes took the message, his eyes scanning the brief text. His expression shifted subtly, a tightening around the eyes that Watson had learned to recognize as anger carefully controlled. "What is it?" Watson asked. Holmes handed him the slip. The message, sent from a telegraph office in Salzburg and signed only with the initial G, read, "The detective plays his part well, but some sins cannot be solved, only punished. Watch for the devil on Nicholas Eve. He comes for more than confession." "Klaus," Watson breathed. "He's taunting you. More than that, he's confirming our suspicions. He knows we're here, knows we've discovered his purpose, and he's telling us that investigation, reason, the tools of detection, they're all irrelevant. He's already decided on judgment and sentence." Holmes moved toward the door, his movements sharp with frustration. The message was sent from Salzburg, but that means nothing. He could have sent it days ago, programmed it for delayed transmission. He could be in Salzburg now, or London, or standing in this very village watching us through a window. Outside, the afternoon light was already failing, the short winter day surrendering to the long darkness that characterized these latitudes in December. The village had taken on a different quality since the theft of the relic, a tension that rippled through conversations, a wariness in the way people moved. The violation of their church, the desecration of their holiest possession, had transformed the approaching Krampuslauf from tradition into something that felt genuinely ominous. "We need to find the Gessler cottage," Holmes said decisively. "If Klaus has been in the village, if he's been living somewhere nearby, that's the most likely location." 2 kilometres up the valley, the innkeeper said. "We have perhaps 2 hours of usable light remaining." They collected their warmest clothing from the inn and set out on foot, following the road that wound up the valley alongside a river that ran swift and dark between banks of ice. The walking was difficult, the snow deep in places and treacherous underfoot where ice had formed beneath the powdery surface. Watson felt his lungs burning in the thin air, his legs protesting the incline, but Holmes set a relentless pace driven by urgency. The valley narrowed as they climbed, the mountains pressing closer on either side, their peaks lost in clouds that seemed to descend even as Watson watched. The few buildings they passed were shuttered and silent, summer pasture huts now sealed against winter's assault. The only sounds were their breathing, the crunch of snow beneath their boots, and the eternal whisper of wind moving through the pine forest that cloaked the valley slopes. The Gessler cottage appeared suddenly, materializing from the gloom like something from a fairy tale, and not the sanitized versions told in English nurseries, but the original dark fables where children were eaten and evil wore human faces. The structure was traditional alpine construction, wood darkened by weather and age, its roof sagging under the weight of accumulated snow. Windows stared like blind eyes, shutters hanging askew, and the whole edifice carried an air of abandonment so profound it seemed to repel approach. Holmes paused at the boundary of what had once been a garden, now overgrown with alpine vegetation and buried beneath snow. "Someone has been here recently," he observed, pointing to tracks barely visible in the drifted snow. These were made within the last day or two, before the fresh snowfall last night. They approached cautiously. The door stood slightly ajar, an invitation or a warning depending on one's perspective. Holmes pushed it open slowly, the hinges protesting with a shriek that sent birds exploding from the nearby trees. The interior was dark and cold, smelling of wood rot and long abandonment. But as Watson's eyes adjusted, he realized the cottage was not entirely empty. Furniture remained, a table, chairs, a bed frame in what had been a sleeping alcove, and on every surface, covering every wall, were Krampus masks. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, in various stages of completion. Some were crude, clearly early efforts. Others were more refined, showing developing skill. And the most recent ones, those closest to completion, were works of extraordinary artistry that rivaled or exceeded the masterpiece they had seen in Thomas Gessler's workshop. "His sanctuary," Holmes murmured, moving deeper into the cottage. "The place he came to work, to perfect his craft, to nurture his grief and rage into something with form and purpose." Watson examined the masks more closely. They were not merely decorative. Each one captured a different aspect of suffering, of rage, of the peculiar intersection between human emotion and demonic mythology. Looking at them, Watson felt he was seeing inside Klaus Gessler's mind, watching the evolution of a boy's grief into a man's terrible purpose. In the corner, Holmes discovered something else, a makeshift workshop with carving tools, wood shavings, and most tellingly, a journal. The leather-bound book lay open on the workbench, its pages covered in tight German script interspersed with sketches of masks, anatomical drawings, and what appeared to be floor plans. Holmes read in silence for several minutes, his face growing increasingly grave. Finally he spoke. "It's all here, Watson. His entire plan, documented over years, the research into the English families, their addresses, their routines, their servants, their vulnerabilities, the development of the letters, multiple drafts refining the language and imagery, the construction of the devices he used for the theatrical visits, mechanisms to create scorched hoofprints, to rattle chains, to emit sulphurous smoke. It's brilliant and meticulous and utterly damning. Does it say where he is now? What he intends for the Krampuslauf?" Holmes turned pages, scanning rapidly. He references both London and Heiligenblut. He's planned for contingencies, for multiple scenarios. But there's something else here, Watson, something I didn't expect. He looked up and his expression was troubled. Doubt. In the later entries he expresses doubt. Questions whether revenge will truly honour his sister's memory or simply create more grief. He writes of her here, Annalisa, not as a martyr to be avenged, but as a person he loved, who loved life and laughter, and wouldn't want her death to spawn more death. Watson moved to read over Holmes's shoulder. The German was beyond his limited grasp, but he could see the evolution of the handwriting, from angry, jagged script in the earlier pages to something more controlled, more reflective in the recent entries. "He's wrestling with his conscience," Watson said. "After 18 years of planning, he's questioning his purpose. Or he has been, until the theft of the relic. That was an escalation, Watson, a point of no return. Whatever doubts he harboured, he's committed now to seeing this through." Holmes closed the journal carefully. "We need to take this. It's evidence. And more importantly, It might contain clues about his final intentions. A sound from outside froze them both. Footsteps in the snow, approaching the cottage. Holmes moved swiftly to the window, peering out through a gap in the shutters. Watson saw his friend's body tense, then deliberately. "Relax." "We have a visitor," Holmes said quietly, "and unless I'm very much mistaken, it's Klaus Gessler himself." The man who entered the cottage was lean to the point of gauntness, his face weathered by years of mountain living, his dark hair shot through with premature grey. He wore the practical clothing of an Alpine shepherd, rough wool and leather designed for function rather than fashion. His eyes were what held Watson's attention. Dark, intelligent, burning with an intensity that was almost painful to witness. He stopped in the doorway, taking in the scene. Holmes holding the journal, Watson standing beside him, the two Englishmen trespassing in what had been his sanctuary. For a long moment, no one spoke. "Herr Holmes," Klaus Gessler said finally, his English accented but clear. "Dr. Watson, I wondered when you would find this place." "You wanted us to find it," Holmes replied calmly, setting the journal back on the workbench. "Just as you wanted us to come to Heiligenblut to investigate, to piece together the truth. You've been directing this entire performance, Klaus. The question is why? What do you truly want?" Klaus stepped fully into the cottage, closing the door behind him. He made no threatening moves, but Watson found himself acutely aware that they were isolated, 2 kilometres from the village, alone with a man who had spent 18 years planning revenge. "What do I want?" Klaus laughed, a sound without humour. "I want my sister back. I want those English monsters to have never come to our village. I want the authorities to have done their duty instead of accepting bribes. I want justice, Herr Holmes, the kind that doesn't exist in this world." "So you settled for revenge disguised as folklore," Holmes said. "An elaborate campaign to terrorise families who have likely spent 18 years trying to forget what happened. Tell me, Klaus, what did happen? What truly occurred at the Jungfernfall on December the 3rd, 1873? Klaus moved to the window, staring out at the mountains as if they held answers. When he spoke, his voice was distant, reciting facts that had been burned into memory through endless repetition. 4 young English men took my sister as a guide to the frozen waterfall. They brought wine, though the climb was dangerous. They were drunk before they reached the falls. He paused, his jaw clenching. They attempted to force themselves upon her, all 4 of them. She fought. She was strong, my Anneliese, stronger than they expected. She broke free, ran, but the ice was treacherous, and in her panic she fell. Not far, perhaps 3 meters, enough to break her back, to leave her paralyzed and dying in the snow. Watson felt sick. They left her there? They panicked, argued among themselves about what to do. Finally, they carried her body back to the village, concocted a story about an accident, about ice giving way. They never mentioned the assault, the struggle, the reason she ran. Klaus turned to face them, and his eyes were wet. My father examined her. He knew. The priest knew. Everyone knew. But the English had money, lawyers, influence, and we had nothing except our grief and our poverty. The families paid, Holmes said softly. Compensation, they called it. Blood money. 30 pieces of silver for my sister's life. The village elders told my father to accept it, said nothing would bring Anneliese back, said we needed the money to survive the winter. He accepted, and it destroyed him. The guilt, the shame of it. He carved his Krampus masks with increasing fury, as if he could carve away the pain. But it only grew until there was nothing left of the man he had been. "And you?" Holmes asked. A 13-year-old boy watching this betrayal unfold. I swore on her grave that I would avenge her, that I would make them feel what she felt, the fear, the helplessness, the knowledge that no one would save them, that money and privilege would not protect them. Klaus gestured to the masks surrounding them. I disappeared into the mountains for 2 years, living rough, learning to survive. Then I went to Vienna, found work, educated myself. I learned English, studied law, researched the families. I became patient, methodical. I waited for the right moment. And now that moment has come, Holmes said. The Krampuslauf, the perfect theatrical framework for your revenge. But Klaus, I've read your journal. I know you've had doubts. I know part of you questions whether this path honours your sister or simply perpetuates the violence that killed her. Klaus's face worked through emotions. Anger, grief, uncertainty. "What would you have me do, Herr Holmes? Walk away. Let them continue their comfortable lives while Anneliese lies cold in the ground. Let her death mean nothing." "Her death already means something," Watson interjected, surprised by his own boldness. "It means your village knows shame. It means those families have lived in fear for 18 years, if they have any conscience at all. It means you've carried her memory with devotion and love. Making yourself into a murderer won't honour that. It will only create more grief, more victims, more families mourning the dead." "They deserve to die," Klaus said. But there was less conviction in his voice than Watson expected. "Perhaps," Holmes agreed quietly. "But do you deserve to become what they are? Do you deserve to sacrifice your own humanity on the altar of their crimes?" He moved closer to Klaus. "There is another way. Let me help you bring the truth to light. Let me ensure that what happened to Anneliese is exposed, documented, acknowledged. Not with the crude tools of terror and violence, but with the inexorable weight of truth that cannot be buried, no matter how much money is offered." Klaus stared at Holmes for a long moment, and Watson could see the struggle playing out across his features. 18 years of rage and planning warring against the doubts that had crept in, the recognition that revenge might not bring the peace it promised. "It's too late," Klaus said finally. "The mechanisms are already in motion. On Krampusnacht, justice will be served. The guilty will face the demon they created with their sins." "Klaus, no." He moved toward the door, his decision made. "You should return to the village, Herr Holmes. The mountains are dangerous after dark, and there are some paths that cannot be turned back from, no matter how eloquent the argument." He stepped into the gathering darkness and vanished as if he had never been there at all, leaving Holmes and Watson alone in the cottage surrounded by demon masks that seemed to watch with hollow eyes. Holmes stood motionless for a long moment, then released a breath that might have been a sigh. "We've failed to stop him," Watson said. "Perhaps, or perhaps we've planted a seed of doubt that will grow when the moment of choice arrives." Holmes collected the journal. "But we cannot rely on Klaus's conscience alone. We need to return to the village immediately and prepare for what's coming. Krampusnacht is tomorrow evening. Whatever Klaus has planned, it will unfold then." They left the cottage and began the difficult journey back down the valley in failing light. Behind them, the Gestler cottage stood dark and silent, keeping its secrets, while ahead, the village of Heiligenblut glowed with lamplight and the innocence of tradition, about to be transformed into something terrible. The bells rang for vespers, their bronze voices carrying across the snow, and Watson counted them automatically, wondering which ring would herald the beginning of the end, and whether any of them, Holmes, Klaus, or the guilty families in London, would survive what was coming with their souls intact. The village of Heiligenblut spent December 5th in a state of barely controlled anticipation. The day itself was clear and cold, the sky a blue so pure it seemed almost painful to look at, the mountains rising around the valley with the terrible beauty of things that have existed since before humans learned to name them. The preparations for the Krampuslauf consumed everyone. The men who would wear the masks performing their rituals of preparation, the families securing their homes and their children, the church ringing its bells at intervals as if to remind the darkness that light still existed and would triumph come morning. Holmes and Watson spent the day in a state of heightened alertness, waiting for word from London, waiting for some sign of Klaus's intentions, waiting for the mechanism of revenge to reveal itself. The telegraph brought responses to Holmes's warnings, Lestrade confirming increased protection on all three families, Mycroft tersely acknowledging the threat and adding his own resources to the defence, the families themselves responding with messages that ranged from defiant denial to barely coherent fear. But as the sun began its early descent toward the mountain peaks, as the shadows lengthened and the temperature dropped with the speed of a falling stone, no attack had materialised. The families in London remained secure behind locked doors and armed guards, and in Heiligenblut the Krampuslauf prepared to begin as it had for centuries, with or without the intrusion of modern crimes and ancient grievances. "He's going to strike here," Holmes said as they stood in the window of his room at the inn, watching the village transform. "Not in London. That was misdirection, ensuring the families would be locked away, surrounded by witnesses, unable to flee or hide. He wants them to know he could have reached them but chose not to. The terror is part of the punishment." "Then what's his target here?" Watson asked. "The village itself? The celebration?" "Us," Holmes said simply. "He wants us to witness whatever justice he believes he's enacting, to see the truth revealed and to acknowledge it. We're his audience, Watson, and possibly his judges. As darkness claimed the valley, the church bells began to ring with a different rhythm, the summons for the Krampuslauf to begin. Holmes and Watson joined the villagers gathering in the main square, where torches had been lit and a bonfire built, its flames reaching toward the star-filled sky. The crowd was thick with anticipation, children both excited and frightened clinging to their parents, the adults maintaining that careful balance between celebration and genuine unease that characterized the best folk rituals. Pfarrer Matthias stood before the church, his vestments elaborate for the occasion, his old voice carrying surprisingly well across the square as he delivered the traditional blessing and warning. The Krampus would come, he intoned, seeking out wickedness, testing the hearts of the young. But St. Nicholas would follow at dawn, bringing rewards for the good and hope for the repentant. Darkness before light, fear before joy. This was the ancient pattern, the rhythm that sustained faith through winter's cruelest depths. Then came the sound that made Watson's spine tighten, despite knowing it was theatre, tradition, performance. From the darkness beyond the firelight came the rattling of chains, the crack of birch switches, the guttural growls and howls of creatures that were not quite animal and not quite human. The crowd pressed back instinctively as the first Krampus figures emerged into the light. They were terrifying, Watson had to admit. The masks transformed ordinary men into genuine demons, shaggy pelts covering their bodies, horns spiralling from their heads, faces locked in expressions of savage glee or ancient fury. They moved with disturbing energy, rattling their chains, swinging their switches, prowling through the crowd with predatory grace. Children screamed in delicious terror, adults laughed nervously, and the Krampus figures played their parts with committed intensity, singling out children for mock interrogation, demanding confessions of minor sins, dispensing theatrical punishment with their switches that never quite landed hard enough to truly hurt. Watson found himself searching each masked face for some sign of Klaus, but it was impossible to distinguish individuals behind the elaborate disguises. Any of these figures could be him, or none of them. The uncertainty was itself a kind of torment. The procession moved through the village, visiting designated homes where the performance would be repeated, the Krampus demanding entry, the family presenting their children, the ritual interrogation and theatrical scaring that would supposedly ensure good behaviour in the coming year. Holmes followed the procession with Watson close behind, both men hyper-alert for anything out of pattern, any deviation from tradition that might signal Klaus's intervention. But the celebration continued without incident. An hour passed, then another. The Krampus figures eventually returned to the square, where they danced around the bonfire in movements that suggested something older than Christianity, something that remembered when these mountains were home to gods who demanded blood and feared no church bells. The crowd cheered and clapped, relieved that the darkness had been contained once more. That morning would come and St. Nicholas would bring his gentle grace to balance the demon's fury. Holmes stood rigid with frustration, his eyes scanning the crowd, the buildings, the darkness beyond the firelight. "Something's wrong," he muttered. "This is too normal, too traditional. Klaus wouldn't simply abandon his plan, not after 18 years. Then, as the bells began to ring midnight, the transition from Krampusnacht to St. Nicholas Day, one of the Krampus figures separated from the group around the bonfire. This figure was larger than the others, wearing the masterwork mask they had seen in Thomas Gessler's workshop, the one that captured not just demonic fury but profound sorrow. The figure moved with deliberate purpose toward the church, toward where Pfarrer Matthias stood with other village elders. The crowd fell silent, sensing that this was not part of the planned celebration. The Krampus figure stopped before the priest and slowly, deliberately removed its mask. Klaus Gessler stood revealed, his face illuminated by torchlight, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. In his hands he held not weapons or instruments of revenge, but the stolen reliquary containing the village's most sacred possession. "Pfarrer," Klaus said, his voice carrying across the silent square, "I return what I took. I confess my sacrilege and ask forgiveness, though I deserve none." The old priest moved forward slowly, taking the reliquary with trembling hands. "Klaus, you live? After all these years?" "I live. I have lived with rage and grief and the terrible weight of unavenged injustice. I have spent 18 years planning revenge against those who killed my sister and bought their innocence with gold. Klaus's voice broke. But I have learned something these past days, watching the English detective work to uncover truth. I have learned that Annalise would not want her memory to be a curse that destroys lives. She was good, Farah. She was kind and gentle and full of light. To honour her with darkness would be the greatest dishonour of all. Holmes stepped forward from the crowd. You terrorised the families in London. You made them fear for their lives. What has changed, Klaus? You changed it, Herr Holmes. You and your companion. Klaus looked at Watson. Your words in the cottage, about becoming what they are, about sacrificing humanity for revenge. They haunted me. I wore this mask tonight intending to carry out my plan, to use the chaos of the Krampuslauf to enact final judgment. But when I put it on, when I looked through these carved eyes at the village celebrating, I saw what I had become. A demon indeed, but one of my own making. He turned to address the assembled villagers, many of whom were weeping openly at the sight of the boy they had mourned for 15 years. I have terrorised innocent people in London, servants and children who had no part in my sister's death. I have stolen our holiest relic. I have let grief consume me until there was nothing left but rage. His voice strengthened with resolve. But I will not become a murderer. I will not dishonour Annalise's memory with bloodshed in her name. Instead, I ask this village, I ask Herr Holmes, I ask God himself to help me find another path to justice. Farah Matthias embraced Klaus, the old priest, and the damaged man, both sobbing. Around them the village began to murmur, voices rising in a mix of shock, relief, and complicated joy at the return of one they had thought lost. Holmes approached, and Watson saw something in his friend's expression he rarely witnessed. Approval mixed with genuine emotion. You've made a difficult choice, Klaus, Holmes said quietly. The harder path, which is often the right one. I will help you find justice for Annalise, not through terror or revenge, but through truth that cannot be denied or buried. How? Klaus asked. They have money, influence, power. What can truth do against such advantages? More than you might think. The families are already broken by fear. They're vulnerable now, their consciences awakened after years of comfortable forgetting. With proper pressure, legal, social, moral, we can force acknowledgement of what happened. We can ensure Annalise's death is properly investigated and recorded. We can make certain her name is cleared of the implication that she was somehow responsible for her own death. Holmes paused, his expression hardening. And we can make sure that the 4 men who assaulted her face consequences, even 18 years later. The law may have failed you then, Klaus, but I know people in high places who will take an interest when the full story is revealed. Public scandal can destroy reputations as surely as any violence. These families care deeply about their standing, their respectability. We can strip that away, layer by layer, until the truth is all that remains. Watson stepped forward as well. And I will document everything, the investigation, the evidence, the testimony. I'll write it all down so that it becomes part of the permanent record, not something that can be bought or buried. Annalise's story will be known, Klaus, I promise you that. Klaus looked between the 2 Englishmen, his face working through emotions too complex to name. Finally he nodded. Then I surrender myself to your justice, Herr Holmes. To the law, to whatever consequences my actions have earned. I terrorised innocent people. I stole sacred property. I should face punishment for these things. You will, Holmes agreed. But I suspect the punishment will be tempered by understanding of your motivation and your choice to step back from greater violence. The families will not want the full story of Heiligenblut made public. It serves our purposes to use that leverage carefully. Over the following hours, as the village slowly returned to celebration now mixed with reunion, Holmes orchestrated the next steps with characteristic precision. Telegrams were sent to London announcing Klaus's surrender and the cessation of threats. Statements were taken from Klaus detailing everything he knew about the events of December 3rd, 1873. Farah Matthias provided his own testimony about what he had observed of Annalise's injuries and the subsequent cover-up. The innkeeper, with tears in his eyes, embraced Klaus and welcomed him home. Other villagers came forward, one by one, to acknowledge their failure to seek justice, to beg forgiveness for accepting money over truth. It was a communal unburdening, a collective confession that matched the individual ones Klaus had sought to extract from the guilty families. As dawn approached, painting the mountain peaks in shades of gold and rose, Watson found himself standing in the churchyard beside Annaliese's grave with Holmes and Klaus. Fresh snow had fallen during the night, covering the old flowers Klaus had left, creating a pristine blanket of white that seemed almost too pure to disturb. She was 17, Klaus said softly, looking at the simple stone marker, full of dreams about the future, about seeing Vienna, about learning to read better, about marrying someday and having children. They took all of that from her in their drunken arrogance, and then they took even her death, made it into an accident, an unfortunate tragedy with no one to blame. They won't succeed in that anymore, Holmes said firmly. By the time we're finished, everyone who matters will know what happened here. The truth will be Annaliese's monument, Klaus, more lasting than stone, more powerful than revenge. Klaus knelt in the snow, placing his hand on the grave marker. I'm sorry I took so long, sister. I'm sorry I almost dishonoured your memory with violence, but I promise you, the truth will be told. Your name will be cleared, and those who hurt you will face consequences, even if they're not the ones I once imagined. Watson felt tears prick his own eyes, moved by the scene and by the realization of how close they had all come to tragedy. Klaus becoming a murderer, the families perhaps killed, justice perverted into vengeance that would have solved nothing and created only more grief. The church bells began to ring, marking the dawn of St. Nicholas Day. The sound rolled across the valley, pure and clear, carrying promises of light after darkness, of hope after fear, of the possibility of redemption even for those who seemed lost beyond saving. They returned to the village to find it transformed by morning light and the completion of the traditional cycle. Children were emerging from homes to discover small gifts left by St. Nicholas, nuts, fruits, simple toys, rewards for surviving the Krampus's visit and confessing their small sins. The darkness had passed, the demons had retreated, and life continued, as it always did in these mountains, with a rhythm older than nations or laws or human notions of justice. Holmes arranged for Klaus to travel to Salzburg, where he would provide formal testimony to Austrian authorities who, thanks to Mycroft's intervention, were suddenly very interested in reopening an 18-year-old case involving English tourists. The families in London would be confronted with the choice: face public scandal and legal investigation, or provide substantial restitution to the village of Heiligenblut and formal acknowledgement of their crimes. They'll pay, Holmes predicted as he and Watson prepared to depart Heiligenblut. They'll pay because the alternative, public exposure of attempted rape and subsequent cover-up, would destroy them socially and legally. The money will help the village and perhaps fund a proper memorial for Annalise. It's not enough, Watson said. Money again, just like before. No, Holmes agreed, but it's paired with truth this time, with acknowledgement, with consequences. It's not perfect justice, Watson. There is no such thing in this imperfect world, but it's better than silence and forgetting. It's better than revenge that would have destroyed Klaus along with his enemies. As their train pulled away from the valley, Watson looked back at the village disappearing behind the mountains. The church spire was the last thing to vanish, pointing toward heaven like a prayer made manifest. He thought of Annalise, dead at 17, and of Klaus, who had carried her memory for 18 years and nearly destroyed himself in the process. He thought of the families in London who would spend the rest of their lives looking over their shoulders, knowing that truth, like snow in the mountains, eventually covered everything and revealed all. And he thought of Holmes, who had chosen to save rather than simply solve, who had seen past the crime to the human suffering that spawned it, and found a way to honour both justice and mercy. You did well, Watson said quietly. Holmes gazed out at the passing alpine landscape, his expression thoughtful. We did what we could, Watson. In the end, that's all any of us can do. The rest we leave to time and truth and the slow working of consequences that cannot be purchased or buried. The train carried them north toward Salzburg, toward civilization, toward London and the comfortable familiarity of Baker Street. But both men carried with them the memory of Heiligenblut, the village where the blood of the innocent had cried out across 18 years, and where, finally, someone had listened, where demons danced on winter nights, and justice wore the face of folklore, and the truth proved more powerful than either revenge or gold, where absolution came not through violence but through the simple, terrible courage of choosing the harder path. The church bells rang across the distance, faint now but still audible, and Watson imagined they were ringing for Annalise, a benediction 18 years late but offered at last with full knowledge and love. The snow continued to fall over the valley, gentle and relentless, covering old wounds while the mountains watched in their eternal patience, knowing that some things endure beyond human measures of time and justice, and in that endurance perhaps lay the truest form of memorial. Not monuments of stone, but memories held in hearts that refused to forget, that insisted on truth even when silence would have been easier. The train rounded a curve, and Heiligenblut disappeared entirely, but Watson knew he would carry it with him always. The village, the case, the girl who died too young, and the man who almost destroyed himself trying to avenge her before learning that the truest honour lay in choosing light over darkness, truth over vengeance, and the difficult grace of forgiveness over the easier satisfaction of hate.